Hello there, seeker of silence, and welcome to this quiet refuge among wandering tales, where weary minds find rest and ancient stories breathe again in the soft glow of evening. If these gentle narratives bring you peace and help guide your thoughts into calmer paths, feel free to subscribe, so our circle of dreamers may continue to grow, each of us sharing in the hush of lore told slowly, like embers murmuring beneath the stones of an old hearth. For now, let the world beyond your room settle into stillness, as the soft rain drifts across the roof in delicate patterns, and the faint whisper of wind lingers at the window's edge. Let your breathing loosen, steady and unhurried, as though matching the patient rhythm of some distant forge deep beneath the roots of the mountains. Tonight we turn our quiet steps toward Nidavellir, that shadowed realm of stone and glowing embers, where the dwarves have shaped wonders long before mortal scribes learned to write their first runes. It is a place where the air is warm with drifting sparks, and where the scent of molten metal mingles with the deep, earthy perfume of ancient caverns, a scent that seems to hold memories of the world's earliest dawn. Our story begins in an archive seldom visited, a round chamber carved into the embrace of a mountain, lined from floor to ceiling with shelves of dark, age-polished wood. There is a quiet fire burning low in a small iron brazier, its crackling hushed and steady, like a guardian breathing softly in the corner of the room. A quill rests beside an open ledger, its feather trembling imperceptibly each time a draught of cool air wanders through the hall, carrying with it the faint aroma of moss and warm stone. You may imagine yourself stepping into this chamber, your footsteps softened by dust older than kingdoms, your fingers brushing gently along the spines of tomes etched with runes that glow faintly when touched. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the rhythm of a forge, slow strokes of a hammer, the tone low and resonant, as though echoing across centuries. In the very center of the archive rests a pedestal of dark granite. Upon it lies a thick manuscript, bound in leather the color of aged walnut, and held closed by a clasp of silver shaped like braided wire. Tiny motes of light drift above it, the lingering breath of runic protections woven long ago by careful, patient hands. This is the chronicle of Sindri and Brokkr, keepers of secrets, forgers of legends and shapers of the hammer known throughout the ages as Mjolnir. The manuscript waits there with the serenity of something timeless, as if knowing it will be opened only by those who come in humility, seeking knowledge rather than conquest. As you draw closer, you hear the gentle rasp of parchment settling, like an old book stretching after centuries of stillness. The scent of ink rises faintly, stirring memories of libraries hidden deep within mountain halls. You lift the clasp, and with great care open the first page. The script is steady and elegant, carved with the precision only dwarven quills can achieve, each rune shaped like a tiny spark from a forge. And upon that first page, beneath a delicate border of knotwork, you read a line that feels as if it has been waiting for you. In the patient glow of the world's deep furnace, the hammer that would one day echo across the 9 realms was born not of thunder, but of quiet hands and the steady breath of creation. A soft warmth spreads through the room, like the embrace of a forge's gentle heart, inviting you deeper into the earliest whispers of the tale. Outside, the rain continues its calm descent, its rhythm blending with the slow turning of the page, as the story of Mjolnir's forging begins, not with might or fury, but with a humble spark in the depths of Nidavellir. The next page unfurls like a quiet breath, its parchment soft and worn, its edges feathered by centuries of gentle turning. As you read, the low murmur of the distant forge grows just faintly warmer, as though the mountain itself recognizes the tale and leans closer to listen. Know this, the manuscript begins, that before Mjolnir rang with thunder, Before it drank the storms of Asgard and became the symbol of unyielding might, it lived first as an idea, fragile as a spark drifting over still coals. The script flows like molten silver, and as your eyes move slowly over each rune, you begin to see the world it describes. A cavern vast enough to swallow echoes, lit not by sunlight, but by rivers of molten rock flowing in patient curves along the stone floor. The air here is thick with warmth, and it carries the earthy fragrance of ore veins waiting to be awakened by careful hands. This was the deep forge, revered by dwarves but seldom spoken of above the mountains. It was said that even the wind grew hushed upon entering its halls, as though honoring the sanctity of craft born from silence and devotion. You turn another page, your fingers grazing its surface with the softness of someone handling ancient memory. The faint scratch of the parchment echoes gently in the chamber, blending with the subtle sway of cool draughts and the steady crackling of the brazier. Here the chronicler introduces the two famed artisans of Nidavellir, Sindri, the quiet mind of still water, and Brokkr, the steady flame of focused resolve. Where Sindri saw the shape of things yet unborn, Brokkr gave them form through years of patient labor and a heart attuned to the smallest shifts in metal. They were brothers not by blood, but by the forging of countless wonders beneath the glow of the earth's inner fire. Their bond was an unspoken one, woven in long hours of shared creation, where often no words were exchanged, only nods, glances, and the music of steel meeting steel. It is said that Brokkr's hammer rarely moved with haste, for he believed that metal could sense the temperament of the one who shaped it. His strokes were slow measured and filled with intention, each one echoing softly like a heartbeat, muffled beneath layers of stone. Sindri, meanwhile, was often found studying the texture of ore, running his fingers along its cool edges, listening for the story held quietly within it. To him, every piece of metal was a slumbering spirit, waiting to be guided gently into wakefulness. The manuscript tells how on one silent evening, when the forge fires burned low and the cavern's breath felt unusually still, a peculiar scent drifted into their hall, a mix of distant rain, fresh-turned soil, and the faint whisper of roots stirring far above the mountain. Sindri looked up. Quill paused between his fingers and murmured that a change was coming. Brokkr simply nodded, trusting the intuition of his long-time companion, and allowed the embers beneath the coals to glow a little brighter. Then, in the quietest tone, barely louder than the turning of a page, Sindri spoke of an idea that had been drifting like a half-remembered dream on the edge of his thoughts. A hammer, he said, unlike any crafted before it, not merely an instrument of force, but a symbol of balance, of storm and silence, of protection and presence. A hammer that would not be forged to break, but to uphold. Brokkr listened, the faintest curl of a smile touching the corner of his beard. He knew that tone, that soft tremor of excitement that slid into Sindri's voice whenever a creation of rare purpose was taking shape within him. The forge around them felt warmer for a moment, as if the mountain approved, and somewhere in the dim hall a single ember floated upward, twisting slowly in the draught, like a star rising from the depths. On the page before you, the ink describes this moment with reverence and extraordinary calm, as though the chronicler too felt the world holding its breath at the birth of a legend. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the imagined forge envelop you, hearing the muted ring of metal against metal, smelling the mingling scents of iron, moss, and distant rain. And in this peaceful stillness, you sense that we have only begun the slow unraveling of Mjolnir's secret. The next page yields its secrets with the gentle sigh of parchment that has waited centuries to be touched again. As it settles beneath your fingertips, the brazier's glow deepens, casting a soft amber shimmer across the runes, as though the story itself were lit from within. The manuscript continues, In those early hours of thought, no thunder marked the beginning of the hammer's tale, nor did the heavens tremble. Its first breath was quiet, born of contemplation, and the soft murmur of the deep forge as it listened to the dreams of its keepers. Sindri and Broca stood before the great anvil, its surface cool and untouched, its edges smooth from generations of careful tending. Around them, the forges pulsed with ancient warmth, their flames rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm that seemed to echo the breath of the mountain itself. Outside the cavern, though the dwarves could not see it, a gentle rain had begun to fall, its sound faintly threading its way through the long stone corridors like a whispered blessing. Drops slid down the unseen cliff faces, gathering in small pools whose ripples sang the quiet promise of patience. Sindri rested a hand upon the anvil, feeling the subtle vibrations within it, as though the stone were trying to speak. He traced its surface with fingertips that bore the metallic scent of countless creations, and he breathed deeply, drawing in the fragrances of iron dust, warm earth, and parchment drying near the forge. "The storm will come in time," he murmured, his voice low and even, like the hush that lingers between strokes of a distant hammer. "But first we must find the heart of the metal." Broca nodded, lifting a small lantern that burned with a steady blue flame, a dwarven light crafted from the breath of subterranean fungi, its glow soft and unwavering. Within that lantern, tiny sparks drifted like floating seeds, each one shedding a delicate halo upon the cavern walls. Together they walked toward the deepest vaults of Nidavellir, their footsteps slow and unhurried, echoing gently across the stone floors. The air grew cooler as they descended, carrying with it the faint scent of moss, clinging stubbornly to the cracks in the walls, and the distant sound of dripping water that had traveled from far above the mountain. The manuscript describes the vaults with careful reverence, ancient shelves cut directly from the stone, lined with chunks of ore that glittered faintly in the lantern's blue glow. Some stones hummed softly when approached, their dormant spirits reacting to the presence of master craftsmen. Sindri paused before a block of unusually pale metal, its surface smooth as river clay, yet cool with a depth that felt almost alive. He closed his eyes, let his fingertips settle upon it, and felt a quiet pulse within, a rhythm slow and patient, like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. "This one," he whispered. Broca leaned closer, his beard rustling softly as he exhaled a contemplative breath. He brushed the ore with the back of his knuckles, feeling the same pulse, subtle yet insistent, like the glow of a single ember refusing to fade. In the margins of the manuscript, another scribe from a later age has added a delicate note in smaller runes. Some say this ore came from the roots of Yggdrasil itself, carried down through the veins of the earth by time, pressure, and the whispered dreams of the world tree. Whether true or simply a tale wrapped in reverence, the dwarves treated the stone with the tenderness reserved for relics of great destiny. Broca lifted it with both hands, cradling its weight as though it were a newborn star, and together they began the slow ascent back toward the waiting forge. As they walked, the manuscript describes how the lantern flame flickered each time a draught of wind wandered past, carrying the sense of damp stone and distant rain. The cavern breathed quietly around them, and the earth seemed to lean in to witness the beginning of a creation that would one day shake the 9 realms, yet was now unfolding with the serenity of a whispered lullaby. You turn the page, and the soft rasp blends with the crackling of the brazier. Your breathing slows, matching the calm rhythm of the dwarves' steps as they return to the forge with the metal that would become the heart of Mjolnir. The next page yields its tale with a soft rustle, like a feather brushing across old wood, and you feel the quiet gravity of centuries gathering around you as the story deepens. The manuscript's runes shimmer faintly in the brazier's glow, their gentle curves casting tiny shadows that sway each time the fire exhales. And so, the chronicle reads, the ore chosen for the great hammer was carried through the halls of Nidavellir in silence befitting its destiny. Brokkr and Sindri returned to the forge by the same slow path from which they came, though now the cavern seemed subtly warmer, as if recognizing the future held within the pale stone cradled in their hands. The forge waited with patient light, its embers breathing in soft, steady pulses, casting warm gold against the curved walls. As they approached, a hush fell across the neighboring chambers. Even the distant drip of water seemed to quiet its rhythm, letting the soft sound of their footsteps become the only motion in the stillness. The manuscript pauses here, as though savoring the moment, then describes how Brokkr set the ore upon the great anvil with careful reverence. It made no loud sound, only a muted, resonant sigh that lingered in the air like the memory of a distant bell. Sindri ran his fingers across the stone's surface once more, feeling that slow, dreaming pulse within the metal's core. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the fragrance of warm coals, old parchment drying nearby, and the faint sweetness of moss that clung to the forge's hidden corners. "It sleeps still," Sindri whispered, "but it knows it has been chosen." Brokkr gave a small nod, his expression one of deep, quiet understanding. He reached for a ladle of dark oil made from roots found only in the deepest tunnels. As he poured it across the ore, the surface shimmered with faint ripples, catching and reflecting the brazier's gentle flame like moonlight dancing on still water. The oil settled into the cracks and veins of the stone, awakening subtle patterns within it, delicate swirls, fine striations, like the first brushstrokes of an artist upon a blank canvas. The manuscript notes that these markings were not placed there by dwarven hands, but were the natural fingerprints of the earth, forming runes only the dwarf smiths knew how to read. Brokkr lit a secondary torch, this one burning with a calm white flame, crafted through an old technique that allowed the fire to illuminate without harshness. Its light drifted across the ore, revealing more of its quiet intricacies. Sindri observed the patterns closely, his eyes moving slowly, carefully, as though reading a long-lost map. The soft scratch of his quill could almost be heard in the air as he mentally recorded each detail, crafting the blueprint of a creation born from silence. At last he spoke. "We begin not by heating, but by awakening." Brokkr understood. He placed both hands upon the ore, took a slow, steady breath, and allowed his energy, that grounded, unwavering presence for which he was known, to seep gently into the stone. The manuscript describes a moment here that feels almost mystical. The forge's flames flickered brighter, not with force, but with a soft, visible warmth, as though greeting an old friend. Motes of glowing dust rose from the floor, drifting lazily upward like tiny spirits roused from slumber. Outside the mountain, the rain continued its gentle descent, each droplet feeding the earth above, sending cool streams downward through veins of rock that hummed quietly in response. Though the dwarves could not hear it, those threads of water carried with them a soothing rhythm, a lullaby whispered by the world tree's distant roots. Inside the forge, Brokkr began to hum softly, a deep, grounding melody passed through generations of dwarven artisans. It was not a song of command, but of companionship, a way of telling the metal that it was not alone. Sindri joined with a harmony barely above a whisper, his voice weaving through the gentle crackling of the fire and the steady hum of the forge's warm breath. Together, their melody wrapped itself around the pale ore, coaxing it gently, patiently, toward wakefulness. And slowly, like the first light of dawn touching the rim of the world, the ore began to glow. Not bright, not fiercely, but with a soft inner warmth, as though it remembered a dream long forgotten and was beginning to stir. You turn the page. The soft rasp blends with the careful hum of their song, and the forge's warmth seems to radiate into the quiet of your own room, settling around you like a comforting cloak of ancient memory. The metal has awakened, and the forging of Mjolnir is ready to begin. The manuscript's next page opens with the softest whisper, its parchment easing into place as though it were settling beneath the gentle weight of time itself. A faint breath of old ink rises from it, mingling with the warm aroma of the brazier and the distant scent of rain seeping through unseen veins of the mountain. The runes glimmer faintly, their curves shaped with such patience that they seem almost alive in the shifting light. When the ore awakened, the chronicle begins, the forge answered with silence, honoring the first breath of what would one day become a guardian of realms. Sindri and Brokkr stood before the glowing stone, their expressions serene, their hands still resting gently upon its surface. The warmth that radiated from the ore was delicate, not yet the heat of molten metal, but the early stirring of a soul preparing to be shaped. Sindri closed his eyes, breathing slowly, matching the rhythmic rise and fall of the stone's faint light. He listened, not with his ears, but with that quiet, inner sense that dwarven artisans cultivated through years spent in communion with the heart of the earth. "It dreams of form," he murmured, his voice soft as drifting ash. "It dreams of purpose." Brokkr tightened his grip on the handle of his hammer, not out of readiness, but reassurance. Tools in the dwarven tradition were companions, extensions of the craftsman's will and spirit. He felt the familiar weight, the well-worn handle warmed by countless hours of creation. "We shall guide it," he replied, his tone deep and steady, as though speaking to the mountain itself. At Sindri's gesture, Brokkr stoked the central forge, but even this, the lighting of fire, was done slowly, with care befitting the awakening of sacred metal. He added the coals one by one, each piece placed with quiet reverence. The fire grew in gentle increments, its glow deepening from a soft orange to a peaceful gold, casting long, wavering shadows across the sculpted walls of the chamber. The manuscript describes this moment with a poet's tenderness, how the flames rose in serene, curling shapes, how they bent as if bowing to the ore upon the anvil, how the air trembled with a warmth so soothing it felt like a lullaby in motion. Above the forge, thin strands of smoke drifted upward, carrying with them the scent of ancient roots, dry parchment, and the subtle sweetness of heated stone. They wove through the air in slow, looping patterns, as though tracing runes that only the dwarves could understand. Sindri retrieved a large tome bound in cracked leather, its spine etched with silver script. He rested it gently upon a stand carved from a single block of basalt, and opened it with a deliberate, almost ceremonial calm. The sound of the pages turning was soft and rhythmic, like the beating of distant wings, and the ink upon them seemed to shimmer with the knowledge of ages that stretched far beyond mortal lifetimes. "These are the shaping verses," he said quietly. "They guide the metal's memory. Without them, the form may falter." Brokkr offered a slow nod. He knew these verses well, not as words to be spoken aloud, but as patterns to be followed in breath, in movement, in intention. Sindri traced the runes with one finger, his touch light, almost reverent. "They speak of balance," he said, "of thunder held in calm hands, of a weapon that is also a ward, of strength that listens before it strikes." Outside the forge, the rain continued its steady descent, gathering in hidden pools that sent cool breaths of air through the mountain passages. These breaths flowed gently into the forge chamber, mingling with the rising heat to create a soft interplay of warm and cool currents, an echo, perhaps, of the balance the verses described. With the verses guiding him, Sindri stepped back and allowed Brokkr to begin. The dwarfsmith lifted his hammer, but even now he did not strike. Instead, he held it poised just above the oar, allowing its presence to be felt before any blow was given. In dwarven lore, the first touch of the hammer is not a command, but a greeting. The manuscript depicts this moment so tenderly that you feel the entire room fall into deeper silence. Then, with a breath as slow as the turning of a page, Broca lowered the hammer. It did not strike the oar, it merely rested upon it, a gesture soft enough to leave no mark, yet meaningful enough to awaken the metal fully. The oar glowed brighter, a soft, pearly radiance emanating from its heart, as though it recognized the touch of the one who would shape its destiny. Sindri exhaled, his breath long and serene. "It remembers," he whispered, "and it is ready." You pause, letting the warmth of the forge settle comfortably around you as the rain's gentle rhythm mingles with the soft crackling of the fire. Mjolnir has not yet been born, but its heart has opened, and the forging is about to begin in earnest. The next page turns with a tender whisper, its parchment settling like falling snow upon the quiet of the forge. A soft pulse of warmth rises from the brazier at your side, and the scent of old ink mingles again with the earthy perfume of moss, warm stone, and drifting sparks. The runes upon the page glow faintly, shifting with the movement of the fire, as if alive with the memory of the shaping yet to unfold. And then, the manuscript begins, the hammer's heart began to soften, not in weakness but in readiness. Broca stepped back, his breathing as calm and steady as a mountain's resting sigh. Sindri adjusted the angle of the forge bellows, his movements slow, unhurried, as he fed delicate streams of air into the flames without disturbing their serenity. The pale ore on the anvil responded with a soft glow, not bright enough to dazzle, but warm enough to reach into the shadows and hush them gently. Its pulse grew deeper, more even, as if syncing itself with the rhythm of the dwarven brother's breath. Broca raised his hammer again, but once more he did not strike. Instead, he traced small circles above the ore, letting the metal feel the presence of its future form. Each slow movement guided the glow within the stone, coaxing it gently toward pliancy. The manuscript notes that the dwarves believed metal possessed a waking mind, not one of speech or thought, but of resonance, of memory, of purpose. The smith's task was not domination, but communion. Sindri opened the shaping tome again, turning to a page inscribed with wide, flowing runes that resembled streams of water weaving through stone. "These verses," he said, "are for the moment when the metal begins to listen." He traced the lines lightly, and though he spoke no words aloud, the forge responded, a soft inhalation from the embers, a delicate brightening of the flame's golden hue. The ore shimmered in quiet recognition. Outside, the rain continued its gentle fall, each droplet feeding the long veins of water that traveled through the mountain's roots. Somewhere deeper in the stone, those threads converged into a cool whisper that drifted faintly into the forge chamber, balancing the rising warmth with a tranquil breath of earth. Broca finally lowered his hammer for the first true touch. The strike was soft, so soft it might have been mistaken for a heartbeat or the closing of a book. A muted chime echoed across the chamber, pure and low, reverberating deep into the walls where tiny crystals shimmered in response. The manuscript records this sound as the first note, a tone so gentle and rare that only the deepest forges ever hear its like. It was said to be the moment when metal awakens to the knowledge of its becoming. Sindri's eyes softened. It has accepted the shaping. Broca struck again, slow, measured, each blow spaced far apart, as though allowing the metal to breathe between touches. The ore began to yield, its glow deepening from pearl to soft amber, its edges softening like wax warming near a candle flame. Yet it did not lose its coherence. Rather, it grew more purposeful, its interior light flowing in gentle currents that matched the arc of the hammer. Time in the forge moved differently, the manuscript says. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps hours folded into minutes. It was impossible to tell in the presence of creation's rhythm, a rhythm older than any clock. Sindri tended the flames, occasionally adding small chips of resin-rich wood that filled the air with a calming, bittersweet scent. The smoke drifted upward in soft spirals, curling into the shadows like ink strokes on parchment. Brokke continued his work, never striking harder than needed, letting the metal guide him as much as he guided it. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, the ore began to change. It lengthened in small, deliberate stretches, as though remembering the shape it wished to become. The manuscript describes how faint runes appeared along its surface, not carved by hand, but rising naturally from deep within the metal's heart. These runes were soft at first, like lines traced in ash, but they grew clearer as the hammer's rhythm continued. They shimmered faintly, reflecting firelight like dew upon morning leaves. Sindri's breath caught in quiet awe. "It speaks its purpose," he whispered, more to himself than to Brokke. Brokke simply nodded, his brow furrowed in calm concentration, his strikes steady, each one falling with the softness of a rain droplet touching still water. Outside, the storm's rhythm softened, as though the world itself were leaning closer, listening to the quiet birth of a legend. Inside the forge, the metal glowed fully awake. And Mjolnir, though still unformed, revealed in subtle hints and whispers the first outlines of its destiny. The next page turns so gently that its movement seems to flow with the quiet glow of the forge itself. A soft wave of warmth greets you, followed by the faint fragrance of aging parchment and the subtle sweetness of resin still clinging to the air from Sindri's careful tending. The runes here are wider, their strokes long and fluid, as though the chronicler wished to slow the pace of reading, to make each line breathe with the same serenity that filled the deep forge of Nidavellir. "In the shaping of the hammer," the text begins, "there came a moment when the metal ceased to be mere metal and became a companion." As Brokke continued his steady rhythm, Mjolnir's sleeping form warmed under each gentle strike. The sound of the hammer remained soft, more a whisper of resonance than a clang of force. Each blow spread warmth through the glowing length of metal, encouraging it to stretch, to fold, to remember the ancient patterns whispered in the shaping verses. Sindri remained nearby, turning the pages of his tome with slow, thoughtful movements, each page offering guidance not in precise instructions, but in metaphors of balance, dawn, and the quiet patience of rivers cutting their way through mountains. He murmured the verses under his breath, hardly louder than the scratching of a quill across parchment. The words were old, woven from a time when dwarves listened to the voices of the deep earth rather than attempting to command it. The forge responded, its flames bending subtly toward the whisper of each verse, as though eager to assist in the shaping of something that would one day echo through realms yet unborn. Outside, the rain's cadence softened further, becoming a hushed drizzle that tapped lightly against unseen stone ledges. These delicate rhythms traveled inward, mingling with the faint hum of the mountain's cooling veins. A gentle breeze wandered into the chamber, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the soft green aroma of hidden moss patches growing along the narrow seams of stone. Sindri paused, lifting his gaze to watch the interplay between fire-warm air and cool mountain breath. The swirl of temperatures mirrored the ancient verses perfectly, a balance of opposites, each respecting the other's presence. "It is time," Sindri said softly. Brokke lowered his hammer, letting it rest upon the anvil with a muted sigh. He wiped his brow not out of exhaustion, but to mark the end of the hammer's first shaping phase, a ritual as old as the dwarves themselves. Sindri approached the glowing metal and placed both hands lightly upon it. The manuscript describes this moment with profound tenderness. His touch did not cool the metal, nor hasten its heat, but merely shared breath with it, as one shares quiet understanding with an old friend. The metal's light shifted under his palm, deepening into a warm amber that rolled gently across its length, like sunrise spreading over quiet hills. "It has accepted the form," Sindri whispered, "but now it must be folded." Broker nodded, not a gesture of agreement, but of shared memory. The folding of metal was a moment of communion, where form and purpose intertwined like woven threads. With a slow, careful motion, he lifted the semi-shaped ingot and turned it upon its side, the metal bending in his grip with a soft, shimmering resilience. The manuscript emphasizes that this folding was not done to strengthen the hammer, for strength was never its sole purpose, but to align its essence with the verses of balance. The fold produced a quiet, melodic tone, a soft chime that floated through the air like the ringing of a distant bell heard through falling snow. Sindri inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting the soft glow. Again. Broker folded it once more, each movement slow, meditative, as though shaping the rhythm of a lullaby. The hammer's unborn form responded with another chime, this one slightly warmer, as though expressing gratitude. Outside, the rain softened to a mist, its touch so light that it no longer tapped against the stone, but brushed it with quiet, wandering kisses. Deep within the forge, Brocker folded the metal a third time, then a fourth. Each fold released a soft breath of warm air, like exhalations from a resting hearth. And with each fold, near-invisible runes threaded themselves through the glowing metal, delicate lines of light that curled like tiny roots seeking nourishment in rich soil. Sindri watched them form, recognizing the pattern. "The storm runes," he whispered. "They are waking." The manuscript notes that these markings were not meant to summon thunder, nor to command lightning. They were symbols of harmony with the storm, a pact with the forces of sky and air that promised the hammer would one day strike, not in anger, but in protection. In the warmth of the forge, beneath the patient breath of the mountain, Mjolnir's essence continued to unfold like a sleeping giant, turning slowly toward its purpose. The next page releases itself with a soft, velvety whisper, its parchment settling like dust in a sunbeam that has traveled ages to reach this quiet forge. A faint warmth breathes from the brazier, spreading a golden glow across the elegant runes that wind gracefully across the page. The chamber around you feels still, as though the very mountain is listening to the story unfold. When the metal had been folded to match the rhythm of balance, the manuscript reads, it began to settle into the memory of the form it wished to hold. Brocker placed the glowing ingot back upon the anvil, its surface shimmering softly like sunrise resting upon calm water. The metal's pulses had grown more harmonious, moving in steady currents as though breathing deeply for the first time. Sindri closed his tome, the soft thud echoing gently through the chamber. He set the book aside and stepped toward the forge, his expression serene, his hands open and relaxed. "This next stage," he murmured, "is where we listen." Broker nodded, letting his hammer fall to his side in a resting hold. Unlike the earlier shaping strikes, this part involved no blows at all, no force, no pressure. Only presence. The dwarves believed that great creations revealed their own intentions when given the space to speak quietly. Sindri leaned closer to the metal, listening not with his ears, but with the subtle senses sharpened by years spent in communion with stone and flame. From within the half-shaped ingot came a faint sound, not exactly a hum, not quite a whisper, but a combination of both, like the low murmur of a stream running beneath layers of snow. "It seeks direction," Sindri said softly. Broker exhaled slowly, his breath joining the warm currents rising from the forge. He raised his hammer again, but instead of striking, he gently tapped the side of the anvil itself. The anvil responded with a deep, resonant note, and the metal on its surface shimmered as though adjusting its glow to match the sound. Sindri smiled faintly. "It is aligning." Outside the mountain, the misty rain softened into a delicate drift, its droplets so fine they clung like silver dust to the cavern's unseen entrances. This mist seeped inward, carrying with it a cool breath that balanced the forge's warmth perfectly. The manuscript notes that this mingling of warm and cool currents was essential. Mjolnir was always meant to hold the tension between fire and storm, between stillness and motion, and the forge itself participated in that ancient balance. Broker resumed his gentle taps, each one patient and unhurried, like the slow beating of a giant heart. No sparks flew from these taps, for they were not meant to shape the metal physically, but to help the metal find its own internal rhythm. Sindri adjusted the airflow, letting the flames dance in smaller, calmer waves. The forge brightened with a tender glow, casting long, slow-moving shadows across the stone floor. As the chamber warmed, the metal began to expand ever so slightly, its edges unfurling like petals of a night-blooming flower reacting to the moonlight. The manuscript describes how thin streams of light curled from these edges, silver-white ribbons that rose gently into the air before dissolving like mist touched by dawn. "These are its echoes," Sindri whispered. "They reveal what the metal remembers." The echoes swirled slowly, gathering above the anvil in soft patterns that resembled runes, not carved or burned, but woven from memory and intention. Brocker watched, eyes narrowed not in scrutiny, but in reverence. "What does it recall?" he asked quietly. Sindri tilted his head, studying the patterns. "It remembers the roots," he murmured. "The deep earth, the quiet pressure of time, the patience of stone." The runes of light shifted gently, glowing with a faint hue that reminded both dwarves of distant starlight reflected in underground pools. But then, subtly, a new hue bloomed, a soft blue tint, calm and serene, flowing through the silver-white strands. Brocker's breath deepened. "The sky," he said. Sindri nodded. "It remembers the sky." It was rare for a metal born of earth to speak of the sky, yet here it was, a whisper of recognition, a longing for balance between the depths that birthed it and the heights it would one day protect. The echoes slowly dissolved, their glow dimming as they merged back into the forming hammer. Sindri placed a hand lightly upon the metal. "It is ready," he whispered. Broker raised his hammer once more, this time not in greeting nor in shaping alone, but in the first of the true strikes that would form the body of Mjolnir. The manuscript ends this page with a line so soft and poetic it feels like an exhale. And the forge waited, holding its breath as the first true shaping blow descended like a whispered promise into the heart of the awakened metal. The page turns with a gentle sigh, as though the manuscript itself has grown warm in your hands, comforted by the soft glow of the forge and the slow, steady rhythm of the dwarves' work. A faint breeze wanders through the chamber, carrying with it the distant scent of wet stone and the cool perfume of fresh rain still drifting along the mountain's edges. It mingles softly with the forge's warm breath, creating a tranquil balance that settles around you like a comforting cloak. The runes on this page flow in long, sweeping lines, their curves shaped to mirror the slow, even motion of Brocker's hammer. And so, the chronicle begins, the first true shaping blow was given, but it did not command the metal. It invited it. The sound of the hammer was still soft, more a mellow resonance than a strike. The note it released rippled through the chamber like a quiet bell ringing beneath water. Under that gentle touch, the metal awakened fully. Its glow rose in warm currents, flowing beneath its surface like molten rivers, finding their way through hidden channels. This was the moment, the manuscript says, when the metal understood its purpose. Broca struck again, a measured blow, carefully placed, its rhythm slow and deliberate. Each strike encouraged the form that the metal itself began to reveal. Sindri stood nearby, hands folded before him, breathing in time with the soft cadence of the forging. He watched the curves appear, the subtle broadening of one side, the gentle narrowing of another, not forced, but coaxed from within the metal's memory. The fire crackled softly, its flames rising in slow, graceful arcs that cast shimmering waves across the chamber walls. The brazier near your elbow mirrors that quiet dance, its scent of warm resin and smouldering wood wrapping the space in tranquil comfort. As the shaping continued, the manuscript describes how the chamber seemed to breathe with the dwarves. Shadows shifted slowly, curling across the stone floor like ink spilled upon parchment, while the soft hum of the mountain deepened around them. Outside, the mist had thinned into a soft drizzle, each droplet tapping with a patient rhythm that drifted through the stone like a faraway lullaby. Broca struck the metal again, but this time the sound was different, a lower note, deeper and fuller, almost like thunder heard from leagues away beneath thick blankets of snow. Sindri nodded, satisfied. It finds its voice. The hammer's form was becoming unmistakable now. Shorter than most dwarven tools, yet profoundly dense, its weight balanced perfectly with each fold and strike. The manuscript emphasizes the gentleness of its creation. Even the strongest blows were delivered with calm intention, as though Broca were shaping a sleeping creature, careful not to startle it. The metal responded in kind. Its glow rippled inward, forming swirling patterns that resembled tiny storms held at rest. Faint arcs of blue light drifted across its surface, soft as moonlit mist, and the runes within aligned themselves into flowing lines that whispered of purpose, of guardianship, of balance. Sindri leaned closer, his breath quiet and steady. "The runes of sky and earth," he murmured. "They settle into harmony." Broca released a low hum of contentment, a dwarven tradition for marking progress in a creation of great significance. He placed the hammer-shaped form into a bed of warm coals, not to heat it quickly, but to let it rest, to let the shape breathe. The manuscript notes that this resting phase is as important as any strike or fold. It allows the metal to settle into itself, to remember the path it has walked. While the hammer rested, Sindri took a seat on a carved stone bench near a stack of old tomes. He reached gently for a small volume bound in pale leather, its pages thin and delicate as dried leaves. The sound of that book opening was quiet, a soft rustle that blended seamlessly with the falling rain and the slow settling of warm coals. He read silently, the fire's glow reflecting in his calm eyes. Every so often he would turn a page with a subtle, measured movement, the sound crisp and soothing in the tranquil hush of the forge. Broca settled beside the resting hammer, his posture relaxed, his breath deep and grounded. He watched the glow rise and fall with a serene patience, as one might watch embers in the hearth of a cozy mountain home. The manuscript describes this peaceful interlude as essential, a moment of stillness without which even the finest metal could not hold its truth. Outside, the drizzle softened further into a quiet mist. A faint wind wandered through the stone corridors, carrying the earthy scent of rain-kissed moss and distant forest breath. Inside, the dwarves sat in silence, surrounded by warm stone, soft firelight, rustling pages, and the gentle sigh of a hammer that dreamed. For within that resting glow, Mjolnir's destiny, was settling into place, not yet complete, but already humming with the promise of balance. A creation shaped not by force, but by patience, reverence, and the quiet understanding shared between metal and the hands that tended it. The final page of the manuscript turns with a whisper, delicate enough to be mistaken for the brush of a feather across your fingertips. Its parchment is warm, holding the gentlest memory of all the pages before it, each one steeped in firelight, earth breath, and the slow rhythm of dwarven hands at work. The runes here are softer, more flowing, as though the chronicler wished to end not with grandeur but with a quiet gratitude for the tale entrusted to them. And so, the final chapter begins. The hammer rested beneath the glow of the forge, its form settled, its purpose stirred, yet its story far from complete. Broker remained seated beside it, his posture relaxed, his breathing steady and deep. He watched the warm metal glow from within the bed of coals, its pulses soft and even, like the slow heartbeat of a creature sleeping peacefully after a long journey. Sindri looked up from his tome, the firelight catching the calm lines of his thoughtful expression. "It is almost there," he murmured, not in haste but in reverence. Broker nodded, his beard shifting gently as he breathed. "There is no almost in creation," he said softly, "only the step we are in." The manuscript lingers on this simple philosophy, letting it unfold like smoke drifting through lamplit air. Creation, it suggests, is not a destination, but a rhythm, a long, patient conversation between the maker and the thing being made. Outside, the mist had eased into stillness. The mountain breathed quietly, content with the rain it had gathered, and the faint rustle of wind slid gently across the stone like a lullaby without words. Inside the forge, the warmth settled deeply. The fire crackled in slow, unhurried murmurs, its embers drifting upward in delicate spirals that faded into the shadows before reaching the ceiling. Sindri closed his book, the soft sound echoing with the peace of a task completed for the day. He rose, walked to the resting hammer, and hovered his hand above it without touching. "It is quiet now," he whispered. "Content." Brocker's eyes softened. "It dreams," he replied. The metal pulsed faintly, as though in agreement. The glow within it was no longer bright with awakening, nor shifting with the uncertainty of early shaping. It had settled into a warm radiance, deep and steady, one that seemed to reach beyond the forge itself and into the quiet corners of the chamber. Sindri lit a small lantern with a gentle tilt of his hand. Its flame flickered softly, casting pale gold across the stone floor and illuminating small motes of dust that drifted upward in lazy spirals. The dwarves did not speak further. There was nothing to say, for the forge had entered its own kind of slumber. A restful hush when the air grows thick with warmth, and even the tools seem to relax in their places. The manuscript describes how the brothers simply sat, letting the stillness gather. They breathed in the warm, metal-rich air and breathed out the weariness of the day. Somewhere deeper in the mountain, water trickled softly, the sound blending with the last quiet pops of cooling stone. And above, in unseen caverns, moss released its gentle fragrance, a fresh, earthy scent that drifted downward to meet the lingering touch of forge smoke. Time stretched, long and easy, without edges. The metal on the anvil glowed faintly, holding within it the promise of storms and the peace of stone, the strength of mountains and the softness of rain. Its destiny, to one day rest in the hand of Thor, to echo through skies and realms, was not yet written in this chamber. Tonight it was simply a warm, breathing thing, cradled by stillness and dwarven care. The manuscript closes not with a proclamation, but with a soft exhale. Let it rest, for dawn will come in its own time. You imagine the forge slowly dimming, the warm light ebbing into a comfortable glow. The dwarves breathe quietly, the fire breathes quietly, and the chamber settles into the pure hush of deep earth and gentle flame. Nothing more is required. Nothing needs to happen. The world outside has stilled itself, and inside this quiet place the shape of a legend rests in perfect peace. As the warmth lingers, your thoughts soften, your breath deepens, and the final lines drift like embers into the calm space between waking and sleep. Here in the quiet heart of the mountain, everything is at rest, and you may rest as well.